Okay, welcome to this instruction video. You can actually see the finished product at the end of the video, so just go through it, learn, see, watch, and there's a Q&A all the way at the end. So good luck and enjoy this video. See you later, I guess. Hello YouTube, I'm starting on a new onion. And I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. Here it is. It is a growing onion, so it's probably going to grow a little bit when I paint it. So I kind of have to hurry up a little bit. I work quite intensely on it and not wait too long, because it's going to be like, if I wait too long, it's going to be like this when I'm finished, and that is not, hopefully not going to happen. Anyway, we'll see. I will actually paint how it grows, so that's going to be fun. Anyway, you're going to see the finished painting at the end of this video. So you actually have to scroll all the way back into all the way into the end to see me talk about it and see the finished result. So I have to remind you to share my videos on social media and yeah, share, subscribe, put them into your lists, video lists on YouTube, and all this stuff that helped me to spread my art around and my videos. So thank you again. Yeah, and by the way, in this video you will see the result at the end of the video, so you actually have to scroll all through it to see the finished result, where I talk about the painting and show you the textures and all that stuff. So, there we are. I will try to finish this sketch in one go, which means I will try to get it all in. The sketching process is usually doesn't take that much time for me. It can be done in not that much time. So I just start with the lights. I want it to be approximately the size that it's supposed to be. There is and so see, I just put in these markings. Now I have this thing, because usually I would have it the other way, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to paint it. But in a way I paint it as if I were dominantly left-handed. I actually write with both my hands. I don't paint with both my hands, but that is more about the holding the palette. Actually, I noticed, because I always hold my palette like this in my hand, as you have seen on other videos, because to me it's almost like I said before, having the piano close by and available. So that is my way of doing it. I see other artists sometimes have their palette on a table, or like that David Kassain guy, he has it on in front of him. Maybe that's better to have it like this, for his kind of work anyway. It's very detailed, so maybe he needs some more direct communication. I'm not that kind of a painter, so I'm more like an impressionist in a way. See now, just so I like to have the piano, like it's almost like playing the piano when I paint. So I try to not do too many mistakes now. I really hate it when I do mistakes in the beginning. I know other people who isn't that trained will not be able to foresee the future like I do. And I remember when I go back in time to the time I started painting, how it was more of a fight and I used more time to get the sketch right. Now I kind of foresee the future more when it comes to how it will be. Sees a little bit to this way, so I think it's quite a good balance. Is this anyway? So actually, getting more skilled is actually about becoming more. Actually, being able to foresee the future in a way. It's almost like if you think about dance, sports, or kind of extreme sports like gymnastics and stuff like that. These people has to foresee the future on the extreme level to be able to do the things they do. It's not that they are going around and around in a circle. Of course you have to predict the future there too, because you have to know how much energy to put in the first, when you actually do the sports, you have to save your energy. It's like when you do martial arts, you don't want to spend all your energy the first 5 seconds and then be exhausted afterwards. It's funny because I've been training martial arts for many years, and it's very typical for people who begin that are quite fit and quite good actually to spend all their energy the first half a minute or the first seconds. And if you're grappling too, you have to save the energy, and that is the skill to foresee the future. And that's how it is with painting too, I guess. It's like I know where to start, how to put up the light so I get some predictable room to work with. I try to avoid, in the compositions, I try to avoid things that will bother me later, like shadows or things that I won't like. So it is actually a thing about predicting how it's going to be in the future. So yeah, actually has grown since I put it there. It has already grown a little bit, maybe as much as a centimeter. So it's more light in here, so it grows faster. Anyway, so when you put out a still life or you plan a portrait or something, plan the whole thing. And you also have to have the colors basically at the same place every time you paint. so you don't have to learn where they are. It's like, if it is like you should write on your computer and every day the letters were different places. So it's the same thing. You have to find where you want things to be. Actually, I'm wondering about teaching myself to paint with my left hand, since I can write with it and shoot with it and stuff like that, but you know, you have one life and not that much time in existence, so I'll try to keep this painting a little bit loose for as long as I can. See, yeah, the green stuff is coming here. See it down here. And there's some dark over there. I really enjoy that people learn from my videos. Makes me happy. So please leave a comment and tell me what you think. Even tell me if you learned something. Inspire me to create more videos. You see, I start on a canvas that has usually I tone it a little bit more down, but it is enough to bring up the lights. It's going to be darker behind here anyway. So it's to be a little bit different color. The colors in this painting will kind of be kind of on the same level. It's going to be a lot of earth-like colors. So it's going to be a little bit different, therefore it will be a little bit difficult to make them all different. But then again, I put on quite a strong light, so with shadows and dark I try to create contrasts that explains the shapes and almost to the extreme. I see, it almost look like an like an onion already. It's funny, I wasn't actually good in school when it comes to degrees in, not degrees, but grades in Norwegian language and stuff, because I'm a little bit dyslexic and I had some difficulties with learning the grammar. So I learned kind of language by speaking and listening, watching movies and stuff like that. And I can notice now that my English has evolved quite substantially after I started to make videos and my trips to New York and abroad. And now I can switch over to English quite easily. Sometimes I don't think in English, so I don't think how I pronounce the words are that bad. I've heard myself speak, so it's not typically Norwegian spelling or sound or whatever you call it in English. English. If you Google the Norwegian Prime Minister or something holding a speech in the UN, you can actually listen how many Norwegians speak English, and it sounds quite bad actually. Their spelling is good. Spelling, I mean their grammar is good. Probably better than mine, but I can't actually pronounce the words properly. And it also has to do with a dialect in Oslo. Where I come from, we are using a different dialect. We are using R, and in Oslo they are using R with a thumb. So it's more difficult for them to speak like French and German and English because of the way they pronounce the R. Where I come from, they actually call us Arabs because we are using the R, Arabs. It's quite funny. I don't know if it's just always, all the way back to when I was a kid, they called us Arabs from Karmøy in Norway. Karmøy, where the Vikings came from actually, where the first Viking seat, so the kings came from. Harald Hårfagre, as you see in the guy you see in Vikings, the series, they came from where I came from. So I have the Viking genes in me. Probably explains a lot. All my friends from childhood will probably get a diagnosis hyperactive in some way or another, and I think it comes from that old berserk gene. You know, among the Vikings there was the strongest and that survived and made children, so the craziest ones. So I guess comes from there. It's actually quite early in the morning. Didn't get to do anything today because I had such a hard taekwondo training yesterday. I got a black eye and a little bit punch, but we hit very hard against the body, and I train with this my Iranian master side, and he also always kicks my ass. So I was tired today. I'm 50. And he's actually 53, so it's not the age, it's probably arthritis pain and stuff like that that made me tired today, so I didn't get anything done. But in the long run, the training is good for me because it puts me and my body into the repair mode instead of, and it pulls back the aging process a bit and clears my mind. that? That was my hip. I used to be so flexible. I used to be like a ballet dancer. Actually, the girls always thought I was a dancer when I was out dancing. But now I have a lot of injuries and I probably have to put in a new hip bone because the pain is not so good to deal with. It also affects my work. I get tired more easily, and I think I have to do something with it. First I will try to lose weight and stay in ketosis so the inflation doesn't kind of flare up. So, yeah. Cutting yourself open and being cut open, get your knuckles or your hip bone removed and replaced with some metal. It's not really something that is tempting. Then again, it's probably necessary. You see now, the shadow here is balancing out the weight that is over there. So that is how I planned it. I put the light on so I get this shadow, and the shadow and this motion waves up the whole balance in the painting. So that is what I mean with predicting the future when you start painting. It's actually some roots coming out because this is actually commission work. They asked me if I could paint them an onion, and they asked if I could paint them a growing onion. So this onion here, usually they start, or sometimes they start growing when they're not supposed to grow, but this time it just wouldn't start growing. It was so annoying. And but now it grows. Now it kind of grows a little bit too much maybe. So. In a way, I'm using the pencil as it was a charcoal stift. When I do the sketching. I always tell people when they ask what they want to do, how they want to paint, I tell them to start making objects like this. There's a here. Oh, yeah, fuck it. Because it's some of the best training you can do. You can be a rock, you can be a cranium, you can be anything. You just keep on making stuff like this, because every time you do, you get a little bit better. And it is possible to have a little bit, in Norwegian we call it slingringsmonn. You can actually accept some mistakes without it ruining the painting. You can't do that with a face. As we know, an onion will look like an onion even if it isn't exactly like the onion you have painted. But everybody will believe that it's an onion. I don't mean you're gonna cheat, but it's easier for people who is starting to paint to train with objects because they are more relative than humans are. Also, landscapes are quite good to train with. Train to build different textures. You see, when I build textures here, I start to build thick in the light areas and I try to keep it down in the darker areas. In a while I will start to put in some small things, kind of wood in the wood behind. But it's kind of about making different textures stuff. Here I will lay it thicker because it's gonna come out and create the shape in the shadow area there. It's very important to do that. The funny thing is that I was talking to a friend of mine. He took an interview of me yesterday. I'm gonna post it on YouTube. It's in Norwegian, what we talked about. A lot of stuff, and among some of it, there was the thing with, for me, the painting is just pure love. And despite that, it is actually hard to get started every day. And it's so bizarre. It's almost like you have a wife or a girlfriend and you just love having sex with her. You just really enjoy it. But for some reason, you're sitting there watching football, stupid movies, or doing stuff that is totally meaningless. And you kind of watch how this beautiful relationship just gets neglected. And that is also how people stop painting, because despite they really love it, they do not force themselves to keep the relationship alive. But to me, it's like I too have the problem every day to get going. But when I start painting, I just keep going. And I feel great. So luckily I have in me the thing, that the driving force to force myself and not lose it altogether. But it's strange, and it's going to be that hard to do the thing we love. And of course, despite that one really loves doing something, it can actually be a little bit stressful. And I guess that is why people avoid it. Like when people start watching porn instead of having sex with their wife, or stuff like that. And the same thing with painting. You have to keep it alive. And the more you do it, the better it becomes. It's like in the martial arts too. I can predict who will quit and who will not quit the first time I see them, because there are some telltales that give them away. You have the people who loves it, and you have the people who just want to have seen some movies and want to become Bruce Lee after 2 months. And the truth about it is that nobody becomes like Bruce Lee after 2 months. And very rarely anyone becomes that good, because it demands so much work, so much intense engagement with the training. So I just tell people that, yeah, I can teach you how to paint, so I can teach you to jump over some of the first hurdles, but you, darling, or man, is the one who has to bring it to another level. And that's the hard part. That is when the doubt kicks in and the difficulties kicks in. So good luck with that. Mm-hmm. Okay, then I take a little break and I see you. So, I thought there was a little bit too much light on the first file here. It's too bad, but you just have to live with it. I'm kind of gonna work a little bit more on this, and I'm just going to let it dry, because I have built the griselle, or the block as it's called, also. You see, it doesn't, to get the first sketch in, it doesn't take that much time. But it's quite focused anyway. It's like I get in the main character of the onion, so that I have a lot to build on when I start over. This goes up here, I think. Something like that, almost like this. Maybe a little bit more out here. Just move this a little bit. There's some. I actually had to put it into some water this time to get it to grow. It just wouldn't start growing. So it's a little bit wet on here. I guess that it will change character as it dries up. Just gonna let it stay there. You see now the shadow comes all the way up here. Now it goes in like this, something like this. I had a bigger canvas, I could actually, maybe I should do that, paint an onion on a bigger canvas to get more space around it. It could be quite cool. A different kind of composition. Usually I paint these onions and apples on smaller canvases. Comes this thing out here. It could be cool to do it on some beer. Goes all the way down here. Comes out like this. Yes, it's more orange here, your reddish orange. There's this crispy thing here. Goes in there. I need more black. Actually, the black color is it's not really color, but I use it to tone down some of the colors. But you should be careful with it because it can easily kill the colors and make it into a horrible mush. A mess. So I mix in, like here now, I mix it in with French ultramarine. And yeah. And a more medium. I'm going to do more zooming when I zoom in more, when I start painting on the second layer. I love these onions so much because they have so much life in it. So many different. It's almost like a painting, even before you have started painting it. So beautiful. I could actually move a line here. Maybe that would balance the composition a little bit. I'm not sure. There's also one here. So maybe I have that. Maybe only on this side. Maybe that would be better. That is kind of a things that I would discuss with myself. It looks like it would be better only to have that one there. Because it kind of drags more over there, gives more Makes it heavier on that side. Sometimes I do actually think my sketches are almost better than the finished painting. But that is why it's easier to deal with a sketch. It is when you get into the detail, you really get neurotic. You can't really see what is too much or too little. And with my sort of manic personality, I just keep on adding and adding until it almost drives me crazy. As I say, at some point all the paintings basically feels like they are trying to kill me. So, and maybe that is why one tries to avoid it also. Despite that, it's the best feeling, I know. Of course, you have sex and training, and great sex is great sex, but it's more like a short buzz. This is something that stabilizes the brain for much longer. And if I paint something for many hours one day, I usually feel extremely happy the day after. So it is a form of release. The brain gets relaxed, and I'm feeling at one with myself. So, yeah. There's going to be more shadows up there, but yeah. I shouldn't increase the size because I have to be careful. It's very typical if you lose oversight and you start making it bigger, and that is not a good thing. Try to decide approximately how big it's going to be, and then try to stick with it. Because if you move something, you basically have to move everything. So, yeah. I'm kind of tired now, so. I think this one goes more. When I speak like this, you can almost hear my inner dialogue. Where I discuss what to do. This one comes over here. It's very hard to see it actually, so It is supposed to stay in the dark. I'll start to get a little bit messy here because I'm actually tired. So maybe it's just I'll leave the sketch for now and let it dry a little bit. Rome wasn't built in one day, as they say. So isn't this onion. It's a lot of things happening. But I've put it on so much color now that I can really not put any more into it. And then it starts to turn to the mush, as I told you about. It'll start to turn. Start to become a mess. And we don't want a mess. See how the light is going to be behind here. Yeah, I think I'm just going to call it today. And put on some more. I will keep on building this gazelle when this has what is a block, as it's called. When it has dried. You see how it almost become crispy already because I do it in directions and so this is just a bunch of brush strokes. What I would have done when I was younger, before I got the more skills or more confidence, I was able to foresee the future better. I would have been very, very detailed in the sketch. To almost be like a finished painting. But I find that to be a little bit too rigid, too stiff, and I like to keep it more open. So that I can just pile on more next time. Now there's something wrong here. Now this is starting to annoy me. But all that stuff is things that is totally unnecessary to do now. and I will just start to mess things up. So actually grows behind there and it shoots up like this. Then I have to have the background a little bit lighter to explain this dark thing behind there. But all of that comes later, so I hope it doesn't grow way too fast. We'll see. Some green behind there too. Kind of goes into that. There's shadows here. There's all kinds of stuff that is happening. So anyway, that was the first fast sketch. I recommend that if you're not that skilled, that you take it a little bit more, so a little bit more time on it. Maybe, or probably have to anyway. So that you don't do any huge mistakes before getting it right. There's some green in that shadow. Some yellow greenish stuff because there's a lot of red around there. So there's some yellow in the shadow actually, which is and also there's some blue, so it's hard to say if it's a blue or green. Yeah, it doesn't have to be so strong now. Yeah, I can't push in more color now anyway. I'm just starting to mess it up. But it's so tempting. Push that down. Because it was way too much blue, so it came actually out instead of being a shadow. So yeah. Yeah, I think that will be it for today. How many times have I said that by now? I can't tear myself loose. That is so funny. It's the same thing over and over. I saw a documentary of Lewis and Freud a while ago, and I recognized some of the stuff I have thought myself to do, which he did. He actually looked and he kind of put on the collar. He made choices, kind of conscious choices about where the next brush strokes was going to be, and his painting kind of grew out of all those different brush strokes. In a way, the same way that nature, the laws of nature works, that have cause and effect, but also the chaos part, which gives everything different shapes and forms and stuff. All trees are different. They look the same, but they are different. That is why everything from the wind to the elements to the all the way down to the lowest level of physics, quantum level, are probably affecting everything all the time. Actually, some birds that are probably guiding themselves with by quantum physics, by the quantum. So they didn't actually believe that the quantum had so much effect on the big, but it seems like we're starting to see something called even quantum biology, how physics on the smallest scale actually affects the big and feeds in a butterfly effect that is totally unpredictable. In the long run. Yeah, something like this. Something like that, huh? Yeah. Maybe not the best, but also not the worst. Yeah. Okay. Okay, layer number 2. As usual, I take my blue. I also use very often the retouché furnace, but now I'm only going to use the medium, because it's basically the same thing, and I go over it and I do like this to get it to shine a little bit. See, I'm pushing it down into the red, and then I can also go over it like this and put in some more blue. I really do like to work on top of these layers. because, as I have said a billion times before, it gives me a fresh start. And I also put some oil medium into the canvas, and it will be mixed in with the colors when I start painting. It's very effective. It doesn't have to be totally right color. You figure out that yourself, I guess. It is a shame because the colors is a little bit different when I paint than on the video, but I guess it's the principle. It doesn't matter if I do any damage. And this, you see, I strip away some of the oil so it doesn't become too oily. You see that the beauty of sketches is nice, and of course this is a very rough sketch. If I should, and then I also kind of get some of the light back up here. If I did a sketch that was going to stand on its own 2 feet, I would have been a little bit more careful and a little bit more detailed. And now it isn't necessary at all. I almost fuck up this. It's so sad because when they are dry, they're really fucked up. I forgot to clean them. And when you do that, it's over. This was good. So what I do is to start the same place. I always start with a light area. It's a good place to start because it gives you a little bit of oversight. I see I need a little bit more color, a bit of yellow, reddish maybe. Yeah. Now I'm starting to mold more. So see, I start to drag. It's quite red here actually. So starting to kind of follow the shape with the paint. Drag it. I'm trying to drag it round like this. I'm trying to follow the shape of the onion. It's very important. I just need some more color. Some orange. When I follow the shape of the object with the color, I guess also the light kind of hit and create the illusion of roundness. So you have to understand the physics of the shape to use that when you paint like this anyway. It is like shaping a sculpture. If it was clay, I would kind of try to shape the face or the object I was making a sculpture. Try to shape it as the directions were in the model. And it's the same thing here. So I tried to go a little bit back and forth. It is a process of correction all through the whole process, and you just have to stand your ground until it starts to come alive. I am naturally I am a little bit of a I kind of like the warm colors. I think it's something I inherited from my mother, but I also sometimes feel it becomes a problem because I see colors that are actually called as warm, I noticed. And I also put this light on the object so it also warms them up a little bit. That is also why I like to paint photos that are, when I do art photo, I've used this tungsten film you can't really get anymore, which has a blue filter in it, and it becomes a more bluish, cold, natural light, and I really enjoy that. Maybe I'm ranting here, but yeah. So it has been growing some more. The onion has been growing, and it's quite fine because probably had to add some leaves while I'm painting. Kind of swings more out like this now, and I know I have to stop. I can't really keep adding more and more as it grows, because I have to decide how far to go. So maybe this will be it, and or maybe I will add some. I'll see. I'll see what happens. I'm a little bit manic like that. I like to paint exactly what I see. It's good to have as well as I can. So I tend to add as it grows. I've done it before, so there's a light here, and there's a stripe of light going down because it hits there. It's all about creating natural illusions. So So here I have to kind of go both ways. And it's more in the not that warm, that's the word. God, it's so hard to talk when I click over into that flow. It's like my voice becomes numbed out. Yeah. Now you see how it evolves as I go. Now I have painted so many onions in the last 20 years. It's funny to think I never actually felt I did it right, and I keep trying. You see all the textures is up there. Now you're going down here, starting to keep it down. You can use your fingers, you can use whatever you feel like, actually. The background is not that red because it kind of collides with, it's actually more in the bluish range with some white in it. So I mix in cut black, ivory black and blue, and push it down like this, and then I bring it back up again. Because I don't want it to collide too much with the colors here. So. See how the shape just starts to pop out. It is when the closer I get to, the more detail I add, the more slowly the process becomes, because the more difficult it is to see it. And that is the liberating part with the sketching process, that everything is so immediate and it's instant gratification, as they call it. You get these beautiful results so fast, and then I have to start breaking it all down. But the point is that all the things I did in the sketch is underneath there, and it gives it over and over. When I paint over and over, it starts to give it a texture from beneath. It's like a piece of driftwood thrown into the sea. It's just polished, and then a few years later you find it, and it is full of textures and history and time and everything that happened to it in the sea. The waves, the light, organisms that chewed on it. All that becomes like a beautiful texture that tells a story. And the same thing happens with a painting when you paint. That's why Turno and the classics are so beautiful, because you have a history of textures underneath the finished result that shines through and gives it this almost chaos theory, infinity texture that the chaos, but also the structure in chaos, like you have in nature, are added to the painting. And makes it come alive. Just need some different brush. I think actually every artist should study some physics and understand kind of chaos theory, so they can understand the underpinning laws of nature. And a lot of artists are very ignorant when it comes to science, and it would help both as an antidote towards being a smug, self-righteous arsehole, to understanding the how nature creates shapes and the beauty, and try to find a way to repeat this beautiful process to create great artwork. Yeah. Like Carl Sagan says, science is a humbling experience, because you realize, first of all, how small you are, but also how significant you are, because, as Carl Sagan did say, through the laws of physics, the universe, and chemistry and biology, the universe have basically, without any direction, created a brain that sees itself. It's almost like we should have we had created a computer that accidentally over time gave itself consciousness. And that might work actually, because also in computer science, maybe that could work, that you could create a program that were able to mimic consciousness and start learning in the rate of Moore's law. And boom, at some point just the lights went on, the introspection went on, not just intelligent, the capability of repeating tasks in a better way, but also consciousness. So I guess that would happen someday, maybe. And people are afraid that we would be obsolete and we have created a being that would be basically infinite, and it could survive anything because it should just keep growing infinitely. And, but I don't think that if we were replaced by these machines, I don't know if that would be a bad thing. I would be long gone and dead anyway, and every human being on this planet is going to die sooner or later. And in a way, when we are dead, as an atheist, when I'm dead, I'm just dead. There are no me, or no memory of me for me. So in a way, it doesn't really matter if there's other humans, other fragile, biological, carbon-based eating machines that remembers me, or it is a supercomputer created by these beings that perished in some freak accident or asteroid impact or some rogue planet that came into our solar system and just smashed up the atmosphere and the globe, but that we had seeded human consciousness in machines that were actually traveling through space, learning and just building themselves into basically gods. Yeah. So it would be sad if the memory of everything humans have done should perish in some asteroid impact. And as it is right now, that is all that is needed to wipe out everything we have done and everything we have been, just like the dinosaurs, and there wouldn't be any enough time for nature to repeat this project. There wouldn't pop up a new, probably not pop up a new conscious being within the time that this kind of intelligent life on the surface of the planet could evolve. So hopefully we will get bases on both Mars and the Moon and places that we have a few 100,000 human beings, something that could be genetically viable. And also we have the tools of engineering, so we could engineer people that will better survive the harsh conditions of places like Mars and space and stuff like that. So here we are again. It's growing a little bit, I'm sorry to say. So I have to keep adding some more. I'm actually keeping in my fridge when I'm not painting, so that I don't lose totally control over it. But then at some point I just need to say, okay, I'm not going to add more of the green, because it kind of will take over what I'm doing now is starting to kind of loosen up some of the lines. The most difficult thing is actually getting it around there and what's underneath. It's always difficult to get it to kind of feel like it's standing on something. So yeah. But the funny thing is when you have finished it and you turn it upside down, you can actually feel the gravity in the painting, and you can actually see you have painted in gravity, because when you turn it upside down you feel it kind of slams down, and it's quite funny. Yeah. So there was a lot of people who liked the onion I painted last time, and that kind of inspired me to paint another one, show you. Maybe I should make a video of every painting I make. Also have a lot of paintings, unfinished works, actually over 20 big ones that I should have finished a long time ago. Sadly, I don't have most of them. I don't have videos from the sketching process, so it will be more from sketch to finished work. And at some point, I guess people get tired of this. My channel is slowly growing. It's not the biggest success I've seen in my life, but kind of grows a little bit every day. I think it actually has to do with the fact that I painted my Muhammad painting after the Charlie Hebdo attacks, and I saw a huge decline in views on my channel after I painted that. You can say it was a mistake, maybe, when it comes to career, but I mean, every artist should do something in the light on an attack on free speech, which is probably the mother of all freedoms, and we should take care of our mothers, and I guess I have been suffering a little bit from my idealism. I see that YouTube again have started to put more ads into my videos and stuff, so maybe they are starting to forgive me. But I do understand when YouTube censors pornography and like flat out terrorism, but there's a lot of videos of killings and stuff on YouTube and terrorism, and sometimes I feel they are more occupied with cracking down on free speech or conservative speech or stuff like that, like Trump supporters or stuff like that. And that is sad, because all ideas should be out there. I mean, if people are Nazi, I want to know it, because then I can have a constructive, probably not constructive, but at least a discussion with them. I mean, if they are hiding in some dark corner of the web. You can't really have a conversation with them. And it's nice to know who they are and where they are. So this censorship is not good. And to censor speech about Islam or religion and stuff like that is just fucking crazy. Because it's nothing that cracks down more on free speech and freedom of thought and freedom in general than religion. So, and especially Islam and Christianity. Now Christianity is more domesticated now after thousands of years, with 2,000 years of suppressing people, oppressing people, just because they can't do it so much now in Europe and more the civilized world. They actually try, even in Norway, they try to stop abortion, they try to stop stem cell research because of their ridiculous idea about the embryos and all that. So, not to talk about, or not to mention the catastrophe of telling people in Africa that AIDS is bad, but condoms are worse. And this nonsense of abstinence that, of course, not even Christians are able to do. I actually heard, I think it was, I listened to this thing about pornography, and actually in Utah, in America, it's a state in America where people watch the most porn. And that is funny because Utah is a Mormon city, and I guess people are sneaking around watching porn. And of course there are, when you have a society that are neurotic about sex, that is what you get. You see it in Islam, you see it in Christianity, where people are still fucking, they're still wanting it, but they're hiding it and judging it and cracking down on it at the same time as they're doing it. So it's crazy. Anyway, I wish that YouTube stop, or Google stop their crusade against free speech. Milo in Naples or something, that crazy gay guy, it's funny though, was kicked out of Twitter. I think I'm kind of shadow banned on Twitter because of my posts about religion, and earlier I didn't know these things, but probably would have done it anyway. But what's the point of doing it if nobody can see it? If you're shadow banned, nobody sees your posts. You can keep posting, nobody sees it. So, and it ruins people's careers for just standing up to free speech. It's crazy. It shouldn't be like that in modern society. People died and fought and died for the freedom of speech and freedom of thought, and actually freedom from religion, freedom from oppression by the religious. They died for, and now we are shadow banned for criticizing a religion that preaches the death or submission of all who doesn't believe the same as them. And I find it to be so disturbing. Yeah. Seriously. Anyway, that was a rant about free speech. So fucking annoying. I'm getting older, I guess, and getting a little bit long-sighted. So when I'm painting a still life, I see it clearly over there, but I have to kind of move away from it because to see it clearly. And when I have glasses, they kind of get in the way. And I think that is what happened to Rembrandt. As he became more and more, his sight became more and more deteriorated. He painted more and more sketchy and loosely, and actually created some of his most beautiful works. And I noticed that after I got a little bit more long-sighted, I actually leave more of the brushstrokes untouched, and it's actually quite nice. So it has, I guess it has it has one silver lining and one. It gives me a problem, but also a silver lining, as it's called. So, yeah. You see? Mm-hmm. And this keeps, yesterday it was like into the onion, and I put it into the fridge, and today it came out, so it's so frustrating. Today it's more texture. I guess the fridge is slowing down the growth process. Oh, I went all silent. Maybe that was a good thing. I tend to talk too much. I actually put out an interview in Norwegian, and I noticed that I kind of my voice keep on increasing in volume as I talk about stuff, and when I get more into it, then I guess it's my ADHD, or I call it the warrior gene. I don't think it's a disease, it's just some people are more, shall we say, some people burn a little bit more brighter than other people. And I happen to have all these traits that make me burn quite bright. But I can notice how I just takes over the whole conversation. And it's supposed to be an interview, so he just asked me questions and I just answer them, and then I get into a lot of digressions and a lot of... So we just don't say so much. At some point I felt I was maybe a little bit too much, but then again, I am a little bit too much on everything actually, so I just have to live with it. You see now how I'm working with it? I'm just building. Use your hands, you can use anything. Use the back of this, you can use the nails if you want to. And you just keep on painting. Molding, as I call it. I call it molding. I feel like molding a sculpture. So that's how I feel about it. Funny, when I went to art school, I didn't see it like that. This sort of motif. They had to be huge, and they had to be symbolic. And not like now, when it's still huge and still kind of symbolic, but it's more ironic now. I'm not that kind of romantic anymore. I'm romantic, but not a romantic. Kind of a realist and a romantic at the same time. The girl told me once I was a romantic without being a romantic. It's kind of a strange thing to say, but I guess it comes quite natural to me to get into it, you know. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off the camera now. Just 20 minutes. A 20-minute rant. Okay, see you later. Okay, here we go again. Now I am going into more detail, and now it's going to start becoming quite time-consuming. As usually, I start with a lasur, with a 70% turpentine and oil, and I go over it with a blue reddish lasur that I love. I figured that out for myself, and you can put on anything, but I think it has to be, you see now the textures here, and tone it down. It's almost like I give it more life and texture, and it becomes more organic when I do that. Not just paint, but also more organic, as I say. Then I scrape it away. You've probably seen me, if you follow my channel, you probably seen me do this before. I mean, if you want to use my videos to improve your paintings, you will find tips and thoughts and stuff in all my videos. It's not one video in particular where I go into everything, but you kind of get the knowledge by drip, 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 as they say. You see now I will start to get out that. So you just have to keep watching. So the more you watch, the more YouTube are pushing my videos into the algorithm. And since almost none of you are actually donating, you want to be a patron, which I think is a shame, because it's not much. You can help me by sharing my videos and thumbs up and all that. That also helps. It's funny, I mean, people are donating to all kinds of shit. Well, not this. That's kind of strange. But some of you have. Like on Patreon, it's like $5 a month, and you can actually win a small painting like this every month, and it will start growing, getting bigger when I have like, I mean, if I get up to 60 patrons, 40, now it has to be 60, will be kind of a painting like this. The prices in Norway are fairly high. It's like basically a little over $1,200, $1,400 for a painting like this. 1,400 maybe, 16. I don't know what a dollar is now. So I can't give that away yet. But someday maybe I will, every month. Or maybe it would be better to have more paintings so more people can actually win. Anyway, enough with that. Now you see, I toned it down and I got all this texture here. And I can use this, I can use my nails, because now it's underneath here. All the light is underneath. So I can also kind of get it back out, and now this will automatically fall into the background, because and now I get that fluent lasur over it, so it's easier to create this feeling of 3D. And I have to do this process a few times until I feel that it is okay. So it gets the same texture, or the same, kind of goes through the same process as a piece of wood in the sea, or when the elements are forming objects in nature, like dead wood and stuff like that. So I kind of get in some chaos, but also some organic. I would actually call it organic chaos. Structured chaos. Structured, difficult word. Norwegian is I wonder how Norwegian sound to other people. I actually posted a interview only in Norwegian just now, and I heard it's like we are kind of singing the words. It's light enough. I have to give it more of a bang. Yeah. Onions are almost in the skin. So let's call it onion skin. That crispy feeling. There's almost like a metallic feel to it. And maybe that is why I love onions that much, because I actually do. I have painted a lot of onions. Never really got it. But I keep trying. I keep going back to it. I paint a few every year. 2 or 3, 4 maybe. Sometimes only 2. But I keep coming back to onions because they are so organic and so metallic, and so they have all these beautiful textures and directions, and every onion is different. It's like leaves or snowflakes. They all look like onions, but they're all different. So, and this one is growing because it's a commission work, and they want a growing onion. So also there's a conflict between the greenish and the reddish. Okay, what I'm doing now, I'm trying to center things. Because there are certain places you have to give it a bang, and certain places you have to keep it down. Like here it would be lighter, and here I just use my back of a brush to kind of, or that painting spoon or whatever they call it, to kind of bring it up. And then I go in very carefully later and tone it down. And the good thing with this lasur now is that actually it mixes with the colors. So I get kind of a little bit of a free lunch. So if I now put some yellow into it, I will get some metallic greenish, because it's almost a violet. So I can try to show you. Hopefully it will work out as I thought. It's not always sure, because it can be a little bit more red than blue, but if I do like this now, I kind of freshen it up, and it becomes a little bit greenish. Then I need some, and then I just keep doing like this, and I'm kind of fishing up the textures. You can also use these flat pencils, or pencils made of synthetic, because in the end, to get some places you get like this highlight, and I want it to be a little bit crispy and metallic and flat, and I just go in here and on top of that again. Maybe I should start streaming so you can actually see what I'm doing in a real flow, because when now it's a little bit, I can't get it right now, because then you can, and if I don't talk much, I just paint, you will get more the feeling of me, how I actually paint when I get into that deep flow and forget that I have an audience. Because now when I'm talking now, I'm actually talking in a way to an audience, so I'm awake in a different way than I would be if I just stood here. It's a shame actually that I can't put on my favorite music and just let it play, because I have some videos where I play music. Sad to say, you can't earn any money on them. Not that I earn so much money on YouTube, there's not that many views, but I earn a little bit every day. That's nice. But if you put in music, you get these copyright problems and they demonetize your videos and you can really get into trouble. I had I had that Holocaust survivor video, and they actually turned off the sound, one of them, in the end. And of course that, plus if it's copyrighted material and the people who owns the music doesn't want to earn money on your video, they won't push it into the algorithm, so your video views on that particular video will die fast. So therefore I can't actually use so much music. That's a shame, because I love painting to music. Some people like it to be silent, but I really, really love music because it puts me into this this flow, this dance, and it makes me so happy. When I've painted for hours, I just feel I've been on a dance floor for hours on end, and I really love that. Sadly, I have some arthritis pain now. I might even have to change my hip after all my martial arts, but I'm trying to lose some weight now and see what happens, if I can fix it with stretching and yoga and stuff like that. I did too much weight training and taekwondo, martial arts and karate, stuff like that. I never rested, so I guess, as Christopher Hitchens said when he got esophageal cancer from drinking too much and smoking, it's so predictable that it bores even me. And the signs, this pencil is dead. The signs, me getting this stiffness started years before I actually got into pain, but I didn't stop doing squats and stuff with a lot of weights because I wanted a butt like a sprinter and be flexible as a ballet dancer, and of course that doesn't compute at all. If that did compute, you wouldn't have specialized sports. You would have just sports and everybody would train everything all the time. Anyway, you see now how you see now how I work. I just keep. Now I'm going into detail. I keep adding details. And yeah. Okay. There's a thin line going here. So you have to focus when you paint. You have to kind of see the directions. You have to be a scientist to get it to live, to start breathing. Breathe. So yeah. See See, there's a light on top here. You just don't make the light all the way. Just find a spot that kind of gives it a bang. And yeah. 18 means anti-theism. Yeah, the A was actually red, and I really regret making it black because it's the A that the Atheist Foundation use, Richard Dawkins and these people. And I don't know why I made it black. It was actually red and was so much better. So that's what it is, anti-theism. I'm actually politically against all superstition and religion. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against religious people. I'm just against what they believe in. I have religious friends and I respect everyone who is a nice person. It doesn't mean I respect their superstitions, and I don't at all, actually. And if they bring it up, we can always fight it out in a rational discussion, which I of course always win, because the religious doesn't have any arguments. Just their own personal belief, and that is not an argument. No amount of belief will ever make anything objectively true, and that is what matters. Objective reality, not subjective reality. And as one philosopher said, reality exists despite people ignoring it. So, and I guess that is why we tend to do so many mistakes. We tend to repeat ourselves to almost an absurd. Because we don't, even me, do that, and I know stuff, so I have a scientific mindset, but still I do a lot of mistakes. It's funny how difficult it is to be master over your own emotions and your own needs. Okay, you see what I'm doing now? I'm just starting to build the substance of the onion. Sorry for not talking about painting all the time. I think that would be quite boring. Some of you actually told me you like when I talk about stuff. Everything from the universe to being in love. Yeah, but now I'm going to turn off the camera, put on some great music, and dance. So, maybe I should zoom a little bit so you can see a little bit more how I work. I've been working for a while. I can always see that, sad to see that you don't get exactly the same colors in the movie as I see. the white becomes a little bit whiter and the red a little bit redder, and that's kind of a problem. But anyway, we're working for a few hours, so just going to put in some more textures, contrasts, so we can dry to the next layer, which I will repeat this process again. Yeah. I think I have. It's always when you start with a lasur. I call it lasur or lasering. In Norwegian, it's called lasering. I always feel that I get this very instant gratification from it when I start painting on top. And what kind of always happened is that at some point I overdo it and I kind of lose that sketchy feeling, or the feeling of more dynamic colors or dynamic textures, because I go a little bit too far. But that is okay, because you actually come closer and closer to the finished result. So the last layers you lay, the last times you actually paint on it, you just adjust small things that increase the shapes. So first you have to go through all this agony, and this actually agony by repairing and destroying. But slowly you kind of come closer and closer to the result you want. Or, well, I've never actually been able to finish anything in any real sense. It's kind of finished when I kind of meet my skill wall, because we all have at every point what I will call a wall, where you just really don't have the skill to go further. And sometimes even the time, if you have an exhibition, you have to sometimes compromise a little bit, but nothing important to finish it. But usually the worst thing is when you really can't really get any further. There can be many reasons to that. There can be that the composition was wrong, that the colors you put into the still life or whatever, they didn't really compute. They only computed in reality, but not on the canvas. There can be different reasons for one hitting that wall. But usually I call it my skill wall, where I actually can't, I'm not able to. And then you just have to accept that skill wall and start fresh and get better to paint. And I guess that is a task for a lifetime. What's also is extremely difficult is these things here, the lines, and how you make them more fluid. Because now I can see I've made this too light, so it kind of loses some of the shape. and I have to push it a little bit more down, so this comes, because if this is too light, this will die. And you can also, I have done a lot of nice textures here. It will be very good, a good start for the next layer. And as I said earlier in this video, foreseeing the future is one of the things you have to do to become a better painter. So I kind of build, everything I build is, I can't do it all in one stroke because that would be a very sketchy, more impressionist painting. I want to go much further than that, and therefore you have to break down that first sketchy impressionist beauty. Actually, it's beautiful. A sketch can be really beautiful, but to me it will never be a finished painting. And I can also see that some people have specialized themselves in these sketches that seemingly seems very, very good, but I do know how much time it takes to make them, and there is much, there's a shadow there, crosses over like this for some reason. It's probably one of the, I'm not really sure what gives that shadow, but I think it's this, is something coming out here. Anyway, yeah, I don't know where I was now. Yeah, the sketchiness. When they kind of stop where everything becomes difficult, and they have specialized in this sketching process, and they can sell very good on doing that because they get a lot of money in for the time they actually put into it. And I'm talking a few hours of work, not days. And only this, I mean, I've been working with it for so many hours. The sketch took me basically half hour. Yeah, you can see it. I did it in real life. So I had actually the whole painting in after half an hour, About then I did a little touch up, so that became like 45 minutes or something like that. But that's the easy part, because that goes fast. But what takes time is this, what I'm doing now, when my brain is kind of starting to fight me, and I started to trick myself into believing that things are brighter than they are, that red is redder. This is when you go deeper like this is when it becomes difficult. And to me, this is also when it becomes interesting. So, yeah. In a way, I'm an idealist in most thing I do, and I'm not always pleased with my results, but I know one thing: I did try, and I did try to do my best. So this all comes down to having to look yourself in the mirror, and yeah. See, I'm gonna put in a highlight here because I'm gonna paint over it anyway. Now this is the thing when I start saying, okay, this painting is no longer a two-dimensional surface. It's now a two-dimensional sculpture because I start to build and build and build, and I'm building a relief, not just a visual two-dimensional surface, but also a three-dimensional illusion. So yeah, and that is now I see it. Yeah, it's something sticking out here that gives them. My eyesight isn't as good as it used to be, so I'm kind of becoming a little bit long-sighted. So you can see I have problems actually. If I go out here, I can see clearly, but here I start to get into trouble. But I guess my experience also gives me an upper hand. So yeah, and sometimes I use glasses. The funny thing is that if I've been eating the right foods, not much sugar, haven't had alcohol in a very long time, been drinking my blueberry smoothies with beets and beet juice with blueberry and different kind of berries, and I also juice carrots with cumin or turmeric, as it's called, and I stay away from sugar, a lot of carbs. My eyesight actually becomes better, so that's good. I'm not really ready for. I'm using glasses sometimes now, and, but I'm not really ready for old age. I don't feel old. So 50, fuck, I'm 50. How the hell did that happen? So strange. 50. Who would have thought? When you're young, it seems so far away. But then boom, you're there. And it's like every day I think about death and I think about my inevitable annihilation, and like becoming 50 over this summer to become winter and then summer again. It will happen, and it's just a question about time. It will happen. That is what happened. What's happening? And it's so annoying because I have so much to do, so little time. So much to do and so little time. Anyway, I will try my best. Actually, this is quite fun because I used to spend too much time on everything from, I shouldn't even say it, watching porn to stupid TV series. I actually saw all the episodes of Walking Dead, and it's so bad. Every time I saw an episode, I thought I wasted a fucking hour of my short existence. And there has been TV series I stopped watching, like True Blood, but really turned to shit, and stuff like that. So, but now I'm starting to lose interest in it, and it's almost like I don't care. I don't want to start up looking at the new series, because it doesn't give me anything. It doesn't add anything I need to my life. What I need is zero depth. Like I bought my studio a while ago and I want to pay it down as fast as possible. I need peace of mind. Sometimes a little bit of sex, maybe, because there's a lot of sex. So I should have more about that. And I don't really need more entertainment. I don't see any point sitting around being entertained when I have my head full of things I want to do. So there are certain series I just stopped watching. And what I'm going to finish now is The Americans and Westworld. I want to see that. I also think Westworld kind of turned to shit in second season, because they just basically riding around killing people, and I kind of lost much of that existentialistic edge. And of course my favorite series is Game of Thrones, and I also want to see that to finish. And when I'm done with that, I think I'm done. Except one thing. Saul, that called Saul, spin-off from Breaking Bad. I think I might see that one finished too. But I'm just tired of being entertained, tired of being passive. And I'm kind of ready for hopefully 50 more years with hard work. And I put my trust in science to slow down the aging process and come up with medicines that may give me some of my lost time or wasted time back. So in the meantime I will try to be as healthy as possible. I might have to get a new hip because of all the training, but despite that, I'm ready for a lot of painting and a lot of living, instead of sitting around like a moron being entertained by nonsense that just makes me feel empty and wasting time that definitely could put to some better use. Okay, that was actually another 19 minutes with ranting about everything while I'm painting. So I think I'm gonna leave it there now and let it dry a couple of days and then put in another layer. Okay. Okay. I think that is good. Again, it's another layer, another day, and I'm kind of starting to I might have to paint on it this night and one or two more. I'm not sure. I will see. But now I'm into the very detailed realm. And I do the same thing over again. I just take my medium, and I go over. I'm not putting that much color into it now. I try to not concentrate it. So you see now it's just boom, it just starts burning. And you know, I tend to see colors quite warm for some reason. Maybe it runs in the family. I tend to paint warm, and I also tend to exaggerate. So if I see a warm motif in front of me, I will paint it warm, and I will probably also paint it warmer than a little bit warmer than it is. It's just how I am. I can see the colors me and my family likes, especially my mother, is the warm colors, and my personality resembles, when it comes to aesthetics and things, tend to resemble hers. Except from the blue, actually. She doesn't like blue very much, and I really like the blue, as you probably see in some of my paintings on YouTube. So I can also paint very cold. So, but here you see what I do. I take medium, and it just kind of falls into the paint. And now I can start pulling it back out again, pulling light, putting on more shadows. Here you see the textures starting to pop out and give life to the surface. And this is what amazes me when I go to the big museums, when I see how the painters has actually done that. That's what I love. Sometimes I use also the retouché varnish, the thin version of varnish. I don't think that is necessary today, because I'm gonna basically paint. See, now I just take away some of the excess oil. It is 70%. It is 70% linseed oil. 70% turpentine and 30% linseed oil. And there is also some cobalt stuff in the linseed oil I use, so it also helps it dry a little bit faster. I usually hang the painting over an oven or something. Now it's summer, so I don't have so much ovens on. And if you have it somewhere warm, it will also dry a little bit faster. So you see now how I just kind of pull it back out again. And I can start going with small brushes and start to pull out all the beautiful textures and stuff. So yeah, just have to adjust my onion a little bit. It has to be in the right spot, so I get the right light. It's growing, but I don't think I'm gonna put in some more green. Yeah, well, maybe I should zoom a little bit so you can actually see what I do. I'm gonna paint on the onion now a little bit. You see that white spot on the onion there? That is not actually how it is. It is more toned down. It is a digital camera, and it is quite strong light actually, but it's not that much. I'm not putting a white spot on it without any color in it. And now actually the colors also are have the bluish reddish lasur over it, so I damped it down a little bit. But I'm gonna pull it out a little bit here. Get to this point. And now it's starting to get difficult because now it's very easy to overdo it, so you should be more strategic and start really concentrate where you place. You can use your fingers, because now all the textures that I built in the layers in the hours I used on building on underneath, and they are doing the texture feeling job for me from underneath. So but of course if you put on too much color you will at some point probably lose that too. So yeah, and now I'm using a pencil who is not that much texture, it's more like a synthetic. Actually I might use the pig thing. Yeah, I remember. Boar. It's a boar. Always forgotten. I forget that one. There's a spot here. I need my glasses. So much detail. Yeah, I see it better now. But then I don't see the fucking onion. That's a difficult one. I see over there. I have to see without the glasses. And see here. I have to use the glasses. So annoying. Anyway. Back to painting. Now I need to find the right color. This painting is in the darker, as you can see, so it is quite limited in what colors I use. I use all the colors, but mainly it is the yellows and the reds and the darker colors. So I just need to get that feeling of onion peel, and I have to kind of bring this and this together into some subtle meeting, because there is a line there, but it's so subtle that I have to really try to let them meet, have a good meeting. Let me see. Yeah, that was too much. Too close to the other one. They have to be close, but they have to be also different hues. So yeah, maybe that was no, that's not right. So this is the dialogue that goes on in my head when I'm painting. It's kind of a more unconscious dialogue, but that is what I do when I paint. I try to, I'm standing around thinking unconsciously how to get these two bastards to come together and feel natural. And that's all you see in every good painting. You see people who have been able to understand these things and do it way better than me. But the principle is the same. Princip, as I say, princip, sier vi på norsk. That's what we say in Norwegian. just fucking it up. I'm not concentrating because I'm talking to you. So you're fucking up my painting. You bastard! You just have to look. I'll have to stop talking. Maybe. Nah. I'm sweating. This is scary because I fuck it up. I have to do it over and over again. It's really scary, actually. And it's the same thing over and over again. Maybe that is why it's so. Sometimes it can be so hard to get started painting. And I think that is the whole point, that before you get into that deep, deep flow, it can actually be painful. It has this pain to it. But then when you suddenly go deep, deep, deep into it, you start to feel this, oh, so calm feeling. Here's a light that comes in here, right up here. Comes a light from the side. That then explains this. I will say my paintings are not a photographic depiction of an onion for people who are not that skilled, or maybe for people who sees it might experience it as that, but it is way too painted to be photorealism. Photorealism are more flat. It doesn't have that presence, and I guess that is why I love the best paintings of Rembrandt. Best, I still see him as the better painter even than Vermeer, which I also love, because of, yeah, it is really beautiful, and it looks kind of photographic, but it's not. It doesn't look. It still looks like paintings. Very subjective, and that is what I like. I do many times come back to David Cassin. He's painting a series of Holocaust survivors now, and he of course is fantastic with his detailed, but I think it kind of misses a little bit of personality. I painted one of the few Norwegian Holocaust survivors in 2014, and of course I'm not a photorealist or so, but it's more in the realm of Rembrandt, with the thick layers and with color and a lot of textures, a lot of building of room and everything. So that is what I'm after. But I do absolutely, and don't misunderstand me, I think David Cassin is a fantastic artist, painter. He's a scientist, but it's not my thing. I would never actually be able to come to that amount of drawing skill that he has, because I don't have this classical education. and I haven't studied in that way, but it wouldn't be what I have wanted anyway. I'm more like a colorist. I think I'm more in the, I think I resemble more the colorist than the photorealist. And my and in a way, on the micro level, maybe even an impressionist when I see how I work with the surfaces. But as you know, it's very hard to define yourself as an artist or painter. So, I mean, I think I should just try to do my best and let other people decide if it's good or bad, or as long as I know I try my best and I go into it with both feet and are an honest person trying to do his best, I think I should be content with that and try to evolve my painting as good as I can over time. So I hope these thoughts might help you people. Just try to relax, try to, as I always say, don't try to be an artist. Try to become a better painter. Find your objective standard. Mine are all the best things ever done in art, with some favorites, of course, which I've said a gazillion times before. And try to reach as far as you can. Yeah, with that. Now you can see here, that's quite interesting, because of the oil I put on, I can actually go in with colors, and they just actually quite clean colors, and they kind of just flow, they just become fluid, and they get this aquarelle watercolor type of effect. An effect I also saw in a few of Vermeer's paintings, and that is, you can only actually see these things if you do it yourself. See, now I'm taking away some of the things that put on. Get that light back a little bit. Yeah, and I can try to show you with some. See, there are some reddish here. Which one is it? Maybe it is. It's too strong. Maybe it's Kraplak. It was too weak. Just mix something here and see what happens. Now, when I put this on, it becomes kind of transparent and flows on top. If I the last time had made light here, I would just taken that and put it on top of that light, and I would just made this transparent lasur, who made it feel quite natural and fluid. So I hope you learned something from this. That makes me happy. And there are some of these roots. there's one here with some lights on. So, you see, it's starting to come alive. Yeah. I guess it's gonna become a quite long video. Again. But I will now just stop painting. No, not stop painting. Turn off the camera and paint for a few hours, and then I will put it back on so you can actually see the result if I don't fuck it up. If I fuck it up, I'm gonna put it on anyway. You see? Now I start to fuck it up. Because I'm not concentrating. Put on some music and start painting. And try not to be distracted when you do. Like I did now, because I started to. There is this subtle thing happening, and I don't have any good pen and brushes right now. I should have gone to the store today, but I fucking slept all day because I was working all night, so I never got my ass down there. So I went to the gym and I trained like a motherfucker. Instead, and I'm not gonna do tomorrow. Anyway, and let's see, I just need to get that thing to shine in a metallical way, and right now I just keep fucking up, so I'm just going to see. Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna keep on painting, so yeah. Well. Okay, here we are. Well, it looks too orange. I kind of worked for a long time and I feel I lost some of that punch I was out to get. I see here that the video is quite misleading in the hues and stuff, but it's not that light here and stuff, but it's really hard to. That is the worst thing. I've been painting on it now for hours, and I at the point where I kind of starts to go in circles, and I'm tired, my body hurts, and I'm not able to see so much right now. And at that point, it is actually better to call it today and let it dry. And hopefully I will be able to lift it again in a couple of days. Because right now it's getting a little bit too stuffed with paint. I have been working here with this, and I actually need a pencil that is so subtle to put in that line. Let's see if I have a new one. here. Yeah, what's this one? This is a can. Oh, it's from the store. It actually get their own stuff made too, but it's quite nice. It's synthetic, but it can actually help making extremely thin lines. You know, there has to be some kind of feeling of not line, but maybe it was better without it. Anyway, it is come to this point where when I now put on more paint, it tends to just be messed up and kind of fall in to the other paints, so I can't get any clean brush strokes into it. And at that point, which basically is now, one should just quit it. Let it dry. See, now I'm just messing up every time I touch it and just keep messing up. This is the part that is time consuming. So the first sketch went right in, so it's finished fast. But anyway, I think I've come to the point where I maybe have 1 or 2 more painting sessions left on it, because next time I will just start to put in some delicious details like this. Just give it a little bang. And the thing with white and green is like, it's just on the tip here that you have some white, so there's one there too. Now this has been changing while I've been painting, so it keeps changing because it grows now, so it's hard. I just have to decide where I want it to be. It's almost like I remember many years ago when I started painting, I was actually painting a landscape from my childhood home place, and I was looking at the sky and new beautiful clouds kept on coming up, and I just couldn't decide what cloud to concentrate about, because I didn't have the skill or the skill to plan in advance how the painting was going to wind up. And it's funny to look at it today. I still have it, and I painted a gazillion different clouds on the same sky as the sky changed. Of course you can't do that. It's just gonna mess things up. So That was a nice detail, by the way. Yeah, that was actually quite nice. Now you see how it's being a little bit fluid. So I wish you could actually see this in real life, because you see actually better what I do. But that is a luxury we don't have. Maybe I should learn more about digital camera. So I'll just put in some nice detail here. And I'm going to leave it for now. I'm going to let it dry. And a couple of days I will do it again. And then I will slow really down. Take it really easy. And that is how I build an onion. People don't realize how much work that goes into these paintings. Hours on end with a battle. It's a battle. It's almost like I'm at war with myself when I'm doing this. So, yeah. Okay, there. And we have some here. And I have some here. See the small details like that? It's very important. But it mustn't be too much of them, because then it kind of kills the whole thing. So you have to choose wisely. And usually there's not many that has a highlight, but there might be like one that has more light on it. It kind of gives the whole thing a little bang for the buck, as they say. So, it's a cute detail. I'm going to strengthen it a little bit. You mustn't be too. I mustn't do too much, because then it kind of becomes cartoonish. And it's not supposed to be cartoonish. It's going to be a painting. So. Computer. Okay, there's one over there. See, now I can't tear myself away from it. There's always another thing that my brain wants to resolve. Bump there. Yeah, that gives it a little bit more shape. Oh, fuck. See that? I had some paint on my finger. A friend of mine always uses his stick and he doesn't touch the canvas. But, it's too static for me. I need to hold my palette. Okay, like this. That's good. Tiny bit more white. So, yeah. That looks quite good. See, I want that crispy feeling in the and I will strengthen these highlights next time. Because right now I will probably mess it up if I start to fuck around with it. I will just put in this a little bit more light here, a little bit lump of texture, so when it dries I can actually put a lasur on top of it and it comes alive. I think I'm going to leave it at this. Leave it like this tonight. Oh, I just want some more light. I want it to glow. But I can't do it now. I know that. But it's so hard to tear myself away from it. Some red down there. I'm in this trance now, in a way. It's really hard to tear myself away. But that is exactly what I have to do. Yes. Yeah. Wrong. So easy to lose things. Yeah, okay. My hips are cracking. I have this fucking arthritis shit and I was training taekwondo with this crazy raining guy I'm training with every Sunday. My feet hurt like shit for 2 days after. But it's good for my psyche. Getting kicked around. Been doing martial arts now for 36 or 7 years. It's so important to keep your mind-body connection intact. So when you're an artist, try to do something that is purely physical. So you keep your sanity and you don't start drinking or doing some stupid shit like that. Because it really is going to kill your art. And that I'm sure of, because that I almost did. So stay healthy. If you want to do stuff like this, you have to stay healthy. Because your brain is your tool. Your brain is what actually makes this happen. Not your emotions, not your intellect. Skill. Emotions too, basically. Mostly skill. Okay. Just gonna put in some red for fun. Because I saw some red there. You see now how I just loosely give it some clean colors, just to give it a bang. But I'm gonna stop now. Now I'm stopping. And I think I kind of saved it a little bit. It's starting to look quite nice, but I need to give it some more spatial feeling. So you can see here. The white is not that white, and the yellows are not that yellow, but that's what I get when I film it. So I lost some of the nice textures in the front because I went too far, and that's kind of a sad thing. But then again, it is those things that in the end makes the painting. So I just have to live with it. This too, you just have to make it disappear. But here too, it will be a... If you look at Leonardo da Vinci's drawings, you can always see how he uses the lines to strengthen some parts that just give everything the right feeling, the right justification, I would almost say. And yeah, actually I had a tattooist from Romania. Or was it? Yeah, I think it was Romania. Yeah, Blood. The guy, the vampire guy. That's why I always remember where they were from. Anyway, he was good at using lines like that. He made some of my tattoos on my hands and stuff. You can see. And there's no lines there. I told him, no, don't use lines. Think like Leonardo da Vinci. And he did. And it became quite nice. Okay. It was a few years ago. I wanted to be more like an expressionist, and I loosened things up more. And I must say, it was easier. You got a faster, more a result that you didn't have to put so much time into it. But then again, that's for pussies. Okay, this is the kind of stuff I'm actually gonna do in the end when I start to strengthen some lines and give it some detail. Just give that. Just give it some some texture. The funny thing is that there's some... Oh no, that was wrong. This is a wooden thing. So it goes like this. And it has this crack. Goes into the wood like this. Okay, it goes up a bit. And it ends. And what can be nice is to just put it up in a little bit of light on that side. So it gets more, oh, suddenly it feels like there's something there. And it isn't supposed to disturb it, so it mustn't be too much. You just have to be there in the background without making any, or making too much noise. So that's kind of cool. Hmm? Say yes. My brain is typical ADHD brain and a little bit bipolar, so I can have huge mood swings during the day. Not huge, but you know, we can go from waking up to existential crisis and go to bed after a good day's work as the luckiest man in the world. So, and it's always based on what I do. If I do the right thing, if I paint, if I get results, I'm happy. If I don't, I'm just unhappy. So, mustn't be too red because then it's going to come. Now if I put in some clean reds now behind here, they will start competing with what is in front here. I don't want that. So, yeah. Okay, I really need to stop now because I'm feeling just losing it. I'm not so productive right now. So. Okay, I have to fix this. Said I will do tomorrow. No, not tomorrow, but after that. I'll do it tomorrow because it won't be dry. Period. That shadow is actually more in the blue. Or greenish. It's kind of strange. But just do it like this for now. saw, I think. I need to give it something more there. That I can fix tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Now it's starting to fall in place. Now this is really... See, now I'm going for the directions. And you go over into it, so start to feel that shadow is actually laying on the ground. Loosening everything up. I want to see Westworld, have some food. I want to go to bed and sleep. Okay. Okay. So, I think. Yeah, that should do. It's a little bit static, but now it kind of needs more texture here. But as I say, I don't need to do that now. Just liven it up a little bit. Okay. Yeah. I think that's okay. And I'm gonna let it dry. Wow, really vivid, these colors. Wow. The interpretation of the camera is increasing the yellows and the blue. I really need to find a way to film it as it actually is. But anyway, hope you get the point. So, until next time. So, a little bit closer. And so you can see more the detailed work I do. Maybe it's interesting for you. Now there's a lot of textures here. And this is what I see in Rembrandt's paintings. That is what is so beautiful. All these cracks. And I'm gonna do that afterwards. Now it's almost starting to become physical in a way. It is so built that it come over to the... Now you can actually see all the, if you saw the painting like I see now, you can see how the different layers, these are coming out. It's starting to become a sculpture. And I just love that in a painting, and this is exactly what I'm looking for when I go to the big museums and going close, and I see how the artist has been struggling with the colors to make it come alive. I think my English is getting better. That's a good thing. I think I used to stutter more when I started. There's a very light part here, and I really want to increase that because it gives it so much. It gives it much more. Much more 3D. I need to find the right color. And I also, it might only be some small highlights. Like this. Just pull it a little bit out. So difficult. I remember I had this, probably told you before, but I had this Polish guy who was a sculptor, teacher in art school. He made the most beautiful sculptures of humans, figurative and also non-figurative, but it was always beautiful. It was always thought true. And it was so scary. His deep brown eyes looking at you. And looking always true. Didn't say so much. He was not a man of many words. And today, at that time, I had a hard time understanding what the fuck they were talking about. What he was talking about. He wasn't a typical modern artist. He was more like a deep, poetic aesthetic that only tried to create beautiful beautiful drawings and sculptures and different stuff. His name was Krzysztof Nasiolowski. I don't know what became of him, because he's not the kind of person who's much in the media or stuff like that. But for fuck's sakes, he was really a good artist. And now I kind of at least start to understand what he was talking about, or what he was trying to get me to understand. And it's that deep connection, that peace, that is important in a painting. Not being an artist, not being a pompous ass, but just try to do personal and good works. It's very important that it's personal. And I think for modern art, that is some of the things that scares artists the most. And that is to be honest and totally personal. It isn't easy to be that in the artistic environment, because there's so many pretentious people. And many other people who are in the art business are victims of bullying. They have had strange childhoods, and they have a lot of issues to deal with, many of them. And when they get into art, they kind of sadly falls into line, so they can be liked, be a part of the establishment. But it's a big mistake, because many of them lose themselves, and they also lose the pleasure of actually creating stuff, because they can't really feel it anymore. The thing with painting is that you can't have the money driving you. Not even Donald Trump is driven by money. Not even by power. As he says in The Art of the Deal, he's driven more more of the chase. The chase of being able to create a deal. And I actually believe him because I've studied the guy and I think he's a much better person than most people depict him as. Unhinged, yeah, but much better. And I also think he's doing a good job when it comes to being president. So now I'm living in Norway, so kind of doesn't affect me that much, but in a way it does, because America is basically basically our defense against any aggressor. So who's president in the United States is actually very important to us. So yeah, I'm glad he won. And I should be able to say that without being screamed at by other artists or ignorant people who doesn't know shit about him. Actually, I'm wondering about painting a huge portrait of him. Maybe I should do that. That would be fun. Maybe even make a golden frame. But we'll see. I have a lot to do, so. Maybe I should make that video and explain why, strangely enough, a humanist, atheist, anti-nationalist Norwegian artist was able to become an American patriot and Trump supporter. That's very weird. I'm really anti-theist. I hate religion, also Christianity. So all the religious babble in the Republican Party is to me quite nauseating. And there is one thing the Republican Party actually forget, that freedom of religion in the American Constitution actually means freedom from religion, not just freedom to religion, but also freedom from religion. And when people on the right, I wouldn't even call them right, but on the more religious side, starts to try to affect people's people's lives, that shouldn't happen in America. So that's a problem with the Republican Party, and not actually Donald Trump, because he's more as a liberal when it comes to that. Did you see how he's talking about? I mean, he needs them to win and get his agenda through, so he's probably just preaching to the choir, as they say. Anyway, Trump, I don't know why the fuck I got into that, but anyway, yeah, what's the art of the deal? What's driving us? And it is actually this thing about getting it right, getting it to live, seeing a result, feeling the gratitude when you have finished some good works. That is my driving force. Sometimes I actually wish it was money, because I could earn much more money than I am if I made prints and had focused more on galleries and stuff. But that is not my main driving force. So I like spending money. Do that. I spent a lot of my mom and dad's money actually. Should be ashamed of myself, really ashamed of myself. And I am, so, but it's getting better now, so. Growing up, so I say, I probably had the longest puberty in world history. Okay. See, now it starts to live, I think. It's alive. It's alive. And I need to, yeah, there's some reddish there. It's so difficult now. I'm actually scared. It's almost like I get scared because, you see now, I'm letting it just flow into the other color I put on top of it. So now it's almost like, no, it's not almost, is it? Well, if it was watercolor, it would be, yeah. These are clean colors put on top of other color to make them kind of just glide and fuse together and create all this subtleness. Hope you find this interesting. Maybe not a Trump thing, but you don't have to agree with me. But what you have to respect is people's freedom of speech, people's right to think differently than you. That is the freedom people died for. Not the freedom for you to be an ass and call everybody who disagrees with you a racist or a bigot or a xenophobe or a homophobe or stuff like that just because you happen to be on the right. No, bro, I mean the left, which I basically am when it comes to my politics in a way. So, but respect, have a discussion, have a conversation. I love conversation. It's one of the things I really, really enjoy. That is when I finally find myself another girlfriend, which probably will never happen because I'm getting old and I only like girls 15 years younger than me. Yeah, 10 to 15 years, no, 15 years. Well, I like women too older than me, but if I'm going to be in a relationship, I want somebody younger. Anyway, the chance for me to find that is getting smaller, and maybe it's a good thing. I keep on ranting so much now, probably. But see now, what I do, I just go in. Remember how I started. I started very rough, and now it is surgery, a form of manic surgery, where I can't really get things. I don't feel I'm getting stuff right, and I just keep on piling on. Hopefully I will be able to stop in time. So, I need a coffee. So now you learned to your despair than me. I actually like Donald J. Trump. Huh. Who would have thought it? The greatest hero is Christopher Hitchens and Sam Harris, Ayana Shali, and people who are men of reason. So, well, it's very important for every person to figure things out for himself. I never had it in me being a sheep. I'm not going to follow orders for people who demand, but since I'm an atheist and I know on the left I should follow everything the left says is truth, because it isn't. The left has gone into this almost become a religion. Anyway, I'm going to keep painting for a while, and next time you see this, hopefully I'm finished with it. So, I need to paint also. I see, I'm going to show you a little bit. It's only 18 minutes. Becoming a long video again. So it's hard for me to stop talking when I start, I guess. So probably why my videos aren't global success story. But the people who likes it, and that's good enough. There's two things that are costing most people, friends, on. No, three things. It is being an atheist, because every time you meet a religious person, they come to a certain point and they go ape shit and they unfriend you. And the fact that I'm pro-Israel. I lost a lot of friends on the left, atheists, being a supporter of Israel and the Jewish state and their right to protect themselves against the crazy Hamas jihadists, and actually becoming a Trump supporter slowly after studying the guy. Actually listened to his speeches and listened to what he wanted, like the China thing, trade, the failed immigration policies of the left, which only helps the few, not the many, and stuff like that. Islam, terror threat, going back into Afghanistan, Iraq, help them to create a good society. All these things made me a Trump supporter, because I felt he actually meant it and wanted to do it, and he actually is doing it. So he has surprised me positively. Done more than I actually hoped for. So it's a shame that that the left has actually lost their head, because he could easily have been a Democratic candidate, like 10 years ago, 5 years ago maybe, even before this election. And he used to be much more left, so leftist agenda. So yeah. Anyway, you see, I had to make. I don't mind if you don't. I don't give a shit what you mean. Actually, I talk about whatever I want to. In my videos, I talk about painting, I talk about life, I talk about existence, I talk about death, I talk about love, being in love, my neuroses, my brain, my painting. I talk about everything. I'm a very open person. I don't feel like I need to hide who I am. And if people don't like it, they can do as Christopher Hitchens said. If you disagree with me, pick a number, stand in line, and kiss my ass. And that is a brilliant thing to say. Because you can't lead your life according to what all other people expect of you or demand of you. That is the opposite of freedom. So you have to be willing to be disliked. That is just a part of the game. Anyway, trying to keep this alive. It's so stressful when I come to this because my skill set aren't that great. So I don't really know. I'm at a point now where I can't really predict the future. I have a feeling of it, but it also can go easily both ways, that I overdo it, because at this point it is really subtle. And yeah, oh fuck. See what I mean? Shit happens. Anyway, I'm gonna stop this now and keep painting. So next time you see it, I hope I'm in the finish. Yep. Last layer. The last layer, yes. Now I have to be a little bit careful. Find a clean brush. I'm gonna do again what I did last time. I'm just gonna use blue to tone it down a little bit in the shadows. See now, I just paint kind of a shadow on top of the color, so it actually looks like kind of looks like it then kind of hits the surface, because you can see all the things that are happening underneath through it, and then just pull it up. And this has to be blue-ish, and some places a little bit over to the greenish, because the onion is so red and orange, so you get that primary effect, primary colors. You look at, I talk a lot about, I haven't seen that painting yet actually, so I should go and see it. The Night Watch of Rembrandt, when you see how the shadow of the spear is falling on a cloth, and he actually did. I've heard he did that, but I want to see it in real life to decide for myself, I guess. And here too, I just do it a little bit so it kind of falls. Well, what he did was to first paint the textures and all that around, and then he lay a thin layer of color on top of all the texture, so you can see the texture from underneath. So a lot of people, especially people who aren't that used to painting, they tend to paint the shadows very hard with a lot of black, and it just kills it. It kills the painting. It just leaves it dead, and you must not do that. Black is also very dangerous to use in a shadow, because it's not really, it doesn't have that color punch to it. See here, when I do it here, it kind of drags everything up, just gives it that little poof, and it all comes together in the lasur, as I like to call it. I don't know, maybe somebody could correct me. I see, I need my glasses for this. It's early in the morning, it's like 4 in the morning, and it's Saturday night. I was kind of depressed because I haven't got so much done, I felt. And just a few hours of painting and I feel like the world's happiest person. And it's so great to have a job that can do that to you. But then also I feel equally miserable when I don't get anything done. So, but right now I'm in bliss. I have that, oh, it feels so great. So, yeah. Even if you don't want to have this as your main thing in life, start painting just for fun, just to learn. You don't need to have so big ambitions with it. If you have a job, you can have it that you get your money. You can have it as a nice hobby and just enjoy the flow and the inner peace that you actually get from doing work like this. It is when you start to live of it, it becomes a little bit more serious, because then you have to get money in and you have to do all kinds of shit too. So, but anyway, it is a great privilege. It's hard to say how great it is to live in a country where I can actually live off what I do on a Saturday night in a studio in Oslo. Yeah, as I said, I need my glasses. I should maybe pull them up a little bit here. Yeah. Maybe I should just zoom a little closer. This is actually commissioned work. And yeah, you see the white spots there? It is a little bit too white in the maybe I should just try to use some filters or something to calm it down. I don't really know how to do it. I'm gonna show you afterwards. But I just want you to get the point. I also use these. Now underneath here now, there is more white and stuff, so I can actually I pull it a little bit back up. So, yeah. That sounds brutal, doesn't it? And it is. Let's go over in the direction. Oh shit. Yeah, shit happens. Shit happens, yes. That's okay. Okay, let's see. It's very difficult up down there because to get it to just glide into one another. It's hard to see what is what. These two are so close to one another in hue and in, not in color, but in so just gonna try to even that shit out like this. So it kind of folds more in. I think also I'm gonna put in a little bit more light behind there. I don't know what's gonna happen now. So it's, yeah, maybe. This is when it becomes nauseatingly difficult. It's when you come to that point where you don't really know where the fuck you are going. And you have met the skill wall. Skill wall, as I call it. And you just have to keep moving that skill wall. Maybe it's also that one sometimes just have to accept things that are not necessarily exactly as one hoped for. Yeah. This is a synthetic pencil. I use that now because I'm not actually going to make any more textures. And there's enough textures in now. Just going to pick up some details, like if you see now, I'm just picking it up a little bit so it feels like this crispy stuff comes down there. So this is what I do, go on top of it, and you just gives it that natural natural feel to it, maybe. That was great. It is actually hard to get it to be all natural when I paint like this, because it is almost a form of expressionism in how I approach it. So, as I said before, I will never become a photorealist. It's not in my nature, and I'm not that skilled. So there's then you have to go by a lot of rules, I think. People say, "Oh, your pictures look so photographic," they say to me when you see them on my mobile phone or on the internet or whatever, and I say, well, not if you actually see them in real life, because then you see all the paint and all the fighting and stuff. So, yeah. God, I'm so positive tonight. Almost annoying. Just because I've been doing some work. Maybe I should make a video about how to eat and how to live life as an artist. To keep that artist brain. in check. It's very important to lead a healthy life. If you have this kind of brain that always want to go to the extreme, it's very important to be physical, do some training, martial arts. I would recommend dance. I've been doing martial arts for years, so, and I love it. I love them. Been a little bit hard on me now because I can't really kick that good anymore because of my arthritis, but in one of my legs. But I'm training anyway. I'm gonna go to training with my master's side tomorrow, and he also always kicks my ass. I have some blue marks since last Sunday. You can see here's green and there's blue from last Sunday. So that's fun. It's keeps me alive, keeps me grounded. So yeah, I'm gonna keep painting a little bit, and then I'm gonna just show you the finished result in the frame after that, so you can judge for yourself if I did a good job or not. I would like you to give me some comments. Because I like to hear what you think, even if it's bad. Because one always learn from, or can learn from what people say. Now, I'm not into that debate about what is art or anything. I don't give a fuck. What is art for me is what I like. So that is just, I'm not even going to bother interacting with bullshit like that. So, I mean, everything in art is already done, and no artist will ever create anything really new anyway. So the time for new stuff, I think that is basically over. It doesn't mean that art is dead. It just means that we have to do a good job and base it on aesthetics and stuff like that. That's a problem in the art schools. They're forcing these kids to try to be artists and try to create something new. They come in there with all this joy and wanted, oh, I got into an art school, I want to study art, oh God, I love to create and love to do stuff, and then you get met with this arrogance, this nauseating arrogance about, oh, you can't do this and you can't do that and you have to be like this and you have to, oh, fuck it. Just say fuck it and work. That's what I did. Fuck that shit. I mean, I rather wanna be more alone as an artist and to be in a environment where you have to tiptoe around everybody's, or tiptoe around the bosses' big egos. So my recommendation is say fuck it. I want to do what I want to do. And you're a human like me. I couldn't do this when I was 21. I painted like a 10-year-old. Couldn't do anything. And I just worked. Became a passion. That's what you have to do. Just keep banging the drum. And don't give up. Say fuck it. Okay. That's the preaching for today. So, see you around when it's finished. dokie. I'm gonna have a little signing it. That is always difficult. I've always fucked that up. And I have some dyslexia. That is why when I write English I may be misspelling stuff sometimes. When I don't use any word, I use word. So, where to sign it? I think it's going to be down here. So I'm only signing K, A, and I sign it V, Ik, Knut André, Vik, S, Norwegian we say S, Viks, H, that's an H and we say H, and that's quite funny because the next letter is actually O, not H, but O, so it's Viks, Viks, H, A, N, D, Hola, D. So Knut André Vikshåland, land, Vikshåland. Okay, so don't do anything wrong. It's so annoying when I do something wrong. Wasn't the best signing, maybe. Maybe I should do it again. That's the fucking problem. I have to do this over and over again sometimes. I can't really get it right. Because my handwriting is horrible. But I actually have two handwritings, so I write with both my left and right arm. And that's strange. So when I write in my diary, I just write from the left, and then I grab my right hand and just continue. It's quite fun. So anyway, let's try it again. Okay. I do it a little bit higher then, so we get in here. It's so annoying because of this texture. Okay, K, K, A, V, V. This must be interesting. Learn some Norwegian. V, K, S, H, Hola, now H. Yeah, there's supposed to be a ring over that. It's okay. Because the ring means that it's an O, not an A or A, as they call it, A, A. X, H, L, X, H, La, N, D, 18. Whew, you see? I can't really get it right. It's horrible. Look how big that became. So annoying. Anyway, I want to just make this a little bit bigger. So that's how it is to have dyslexia. You kind of get nervous when you are going to write, and especially if somebody's looking, because then I get that feeling I had on the chalkboard when I was a kid, when I was going to was forced to stand with there and try to write on it. Right in front of other people. So, yeah. Okay. I wish it was smaller. It has to be smaller. Doesn't it have to be smaller? Would you like to tell me? Does it disturb the paint? Disturb the painting? Fuck. I just can't do it, Captain. Now it's getting into a mess. Just gonna do it like this. Why did I start filming this shit? I'm gonna ruin the whole fucking thing now. I like that texture. Really gonna take me 10 minutes to do this fucking thing. Okay, let's give it another try, and now I have to fucking focus. I have a thin pencil, it shouldn't be a problem. I'm gonna make small letters. You see how hard everything is? It's not fucking normal. Let me see. Okay. Do not go neurotic. K. Small. K. A. Okay. V. I. K. S. H. Sånn. H. L. A. N. D. Eller D. Vikshåland. Dot. 18. 18. Yeah, I wish I was 18. Okay, that was better. Wasn't it? Not so big. So, I think this is good. I can live with that. Do you agree? Say yeah. Oh no, I fucked it up again. Gods. The gods. The gods are angry with me. Odin is angry with me. He doesn't like me today. Okay. Ola. There. D. Like a D. Dot. Aten. Vikshåland. That's my name. Knut André Vikshåland. H means kind of a mountain. Vix is kind of the place I come from, and H is like it's kind of a mountain or a lump. And land just means land, so it's Vikshåland. Vikshåland. So Knut André Vikshåland, 18. Okay. don't do that. Cool. Now you see how much stress everything is. My fellow YouTubers, I just finished my onion and I want to show you. It's over here and I feel it became quite nice actually. See it on a distance here. I can zoom a little bit so you can see. It is quite yellow actually on the video, and it is not that yellow in real life. It is more, as you now can see, that the textures and the way it's painted. This camera tend to make the colors more vivid than they are in reality. So it's quite annoying, but I just have to live with it. But you see how I've been doing it. I've been really working with all the layers and all the textures and layer upon layer, lasers and all that. So I think it became quite nice in the end. It was growing a little bit. You see has been growing a little bit. Even on the real life it's quite yellow. Anyway, I just wanted to show you how I did it, and you can see it in the video. You've probably seen it because this is in the end of the video. So this is how it came out, and it's not so bad. I'm quite pleased with it. So with this, I just say, share my videos with social media, give them a thumbs up, subscribe, put them into your playlists, also helps, and leave a comment. Tell me what you think. Tell me if something you would like to see or you want me to explain, just tell me. Okay. And you can also go to my Patreon page. There's a link in the end of this video, and become a patron if you like to. Check it out. Okay, you came to the right place, I guess, at the end of the video. I hope you got something out of this onion painting, object painting, that you actually learned something. That's the point with it. Here you see some other of my object paintings. This is a huge one of a dolphin cranium, which I painted many years ago. I actually wonder if I'm going to do it again. And here's a dove I painted. I'm also going to post videos of these things. This is a brick. I haven't actually posted any brick videos yet, so I will do that. This is a bird, hegre it's called in Norway. And it's a whale cranium, a whale ear and a whale tooth. And here's a sheep's head. If you like to support my work and my channel, please go to my Patreon and sign up as a patron. You can do a $1 or a $5 patronage. And if you do a $5, you can actually win a small painting every month in my Patreon giveaway, lottery or giveaway. So check it out and see you in the next video.